fine. That's fine.
I will make a test.
Okay.
In case you get internet, I will also send you the link.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much.
About the watch. Okay. About the watch. Okay. For the car. When who is make start? We can direct. I need to be near.
Cheers, man.
Friend, finish my car because I'm going for a trial. Okay, keep it here. Keep it and key inside, okay? Yeah.
Sir, wait, I will balance it. 623 ilan? 750. Tama naman.
You don't think?
633, 750.
You don't have it? You have cable?
I want this one, sir.
If you have a cable, I'll.
Cape, XLR to jack. Meron. Meron. Sir, wait, I'll wait.
If you want, it's there.
Wait, sir, I will check.
Okay. Toby. Have you got internet? Have you got internet?
Yes, I do.
Okay, the timing guy said they would give it just to me if
Yeah?
if
Yeah.
that's possible.
I just don't know the password.
Okay.
I get it for you.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, I'm sorry, we only have 3 pin.
No, okay.
This one is for...
Yep, okay, just a try.
Sir, can you talk, sir?
Okay, testing. Hello everyone, welcome to Qatar and the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. It's an exciting morning here in Doha. Is it okay? Can you get the director to talk to me so I can hear him?
Yes, sir. He's working on it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just to,
Yeah, just as you know.
how are you?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Morning, my friend.
Good luck.
Loving your colours.
Thank you.
So that was on, wasn't it? RBP WAP, yeah?
WAP,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
it's Richard AC
Mhm.
3
Mhm.
Bravo Alpha Sierra
Bravo Alpha Sierra.
3
Yeah.
W 1 Foxtrot 1 period. I'm always trying to learn that NATO alphabet, but I'm too stupid for it. What is W?
Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Great. You're a lovely man.
Yeah.
And so you're.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Here we go.
Hey, my weather says 14 degrees, but it don't feel like 14 degrees
No.
out there.
No, no. You're dead right, it doesn't. Right, let me put my headphones in this crap.
I brought short trousers with me, but I don't need them.
Yeah, so did I, but in the hotel perhaps. Just hearing nothing.
Hello. Are you from Race Resort?
No, no.
Okay.
Sorry, television. Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm Andy.
Ahmed.
Hey,
I'm the
Andy.
director.
You're the director.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
How are
I'm just waiting to hear your voice in my ear.
you? Okay.
And will we have a chance to run through the opening show before?
Yeah. We have to be 15 minutes before.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
15 minutes before the live, and we are checking now the background music. If something happen, you need to drink
Yeah, yeah.
water, coffee, or something, so I can fade your sound. And
Fine.
we're gonna open a background
Okay.
music. And anything, if you're gonna play anything, I'm gonna let you know in your ear that
Yep.
we are playing this
Yep.
video, so you can give me a stop for that.
Okay.
Then you resume to talk.
Fine.
Then also, even when we are reaching, let's say, Lusail, I'm gonna tell you we are in Lusail, so you can. And if I have a nice beauty shot, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Lusail,
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna-
Just tell me.
Yeah.
Could you just come and quickly give me your email address, and I'll send you the opening script,
Okay.
so then you can see my cues into the videos.
I think it's with Yusuf.
Sorry?
Yusuf, عندك opening script.
I've written it.
He just written it. Okay. تاخذ ايميله بس تاخذ السكريبت معك لان Yusuf was gonna be with me as well.
Not the running order, no, I have the running order, but I've actually got the script here. So, for instance, when it says more on the race, let's find out about the host country, Q video, Qatar.
How long is this speech?
A whole thing is 15 minutes, which is the same as this.
Okay. Can you send it to my
Yeah,
email?
absolutely. Let me share this with you. Email? Yeah. Let's see. Script. Oh, God. Too early for all this nonsense. Opening script. Send. Correct. It's beautiful to meet you. Okay, well, that's progress. Not much. Oh, stick it up your cringes. Doodly doo doo doo. Oh, stick it up your cringes. Doodly doo doo doo. Hi ho, hi ho, it's off to work we go. We're getting a little bit more nervous as the total silence continues. I'm expecting to be able to hear the direction. Painting. Yeah. That's what they said. You remember the Queen of England? They said he thought the whole world smelled of paint because 10 yards down the road there's always going like this. I have internet. Yeah. Yep. Can you turn the music off? Yeah. I can hear the I can hear the generator, so you'll have the door shut. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I can. And again? Yeah. Hey, thank you. Hi, my friends. How you doing? Is there a toilet here? Thank you very much. Toilet? Toilet?
No, toilet, no, other side. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he can talk to me.
Oh, yeah, same for me.
Yeah, but it's really,
Uncommon.
yeah, it's nice.
I don't think they brought the running oil.
I've given them my script.
They didn't, right?
Yeah?
They didn't bring the running
No.
oil. Very good.
Yeah.
Yusuf claims he has it.
Yusuf has it. Yeah. Seven minutes 45 seconds till transmission.
I think they're still working on the cameras.
Yeah.
لا محب.
ها؟
الفلتر.
فلتر زيرو.
ويت ويت.
والدي
نعم.
ها؟
ماشي.
بس الدي بي ممكن على الدي بي شوية؟
مش مشكلة خالص. لا.
9 بس انا ممكن اظبطه من جوه اخليها 6
من هنا من هنا من هنا.
من فانكشن طيب ممكن؟ فانكشن.
لك عليها. كمان واحدة.
واحدة كانت كمان.
نو والفولو احنا معاهم نتابع السباق.
Guys, if you please, after you take a capture,
احنا نعرف الارقام ازاي عمال يتكلم معانا. انت كام؟
وانا مش سامع حاجه.
بك 4. انا باك كام؟ انا باك كام؟ مكتوب كام؟ 1 يس.
انت سامع؟ انا مش سامع. يا يوسف انا مش سامع حاجه. انت
والله انا سامع. ايه
مش سامع.
انا سامع. شيك على سماعة حسين. سمك على ساعة حسين.
He was going to have someone on for this as well. that run when he missed it. He was promptly hurting. I was like, yeah, it's probably a good thing.
حسين سمعوا كاميرا 2
Side, another side, if you please. فين
كاميرا 2 واقف عند السيارة. مين 2 انت انت
ثلاثة
انت 3
أنا كم يا يوسف؟
انت
باك 2 باك 2 أنا مش سامع
روح عند الزحمة هناك. فين الزحمة؟ أحمد
يا أحمد أشحاتها
Yeah. I'm no good, Frank.
I'd like to ask all the runners of the Doha Marathon, the 43 kilometers, please move forward to this side, on the left side of the stage, to have the warm-up session. أنا أطلب من جميع الأعزائين التوجه إلى هذه النقطة للبدء باستعداد صفوف الأعزائين. سباق الماراثون، السباق الأول، سباق 42 كيلومترا. التوجه إلى هذه المنطقة من على يسار المسرح بهذا الاتجاه لنقوم بالاستعداد وعملية التحمية مع مجموعة من المدربين المحترفين.
أخبار مشاهين؟ الوهد سيد معتز ما جاء؟ تركب انت 42 ها؟ انا والله قالوا تعال معنا في التحكيم سجلون الشباب. On the first race, the 40 kilometers race, moving forward towards the warm-up area on the left side of the stage. أطلب جميع الأعزائين التوجه إلى منطقة التحمية هنا من على يسار المسرح والاستعداد للانطلاق مع كوتش ياسين وكوتش كامل. Yes, it's a baby, yeah. Yeah, so he's
I'll keep messaging you in English.
Qatar and the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. It's an exciting morning here in Doha. This race will be the first ever elite label race the city has today. Racing here for the elite men and the elite women gets underway at 6:15 a.m. local time, and two fine fields have been assembled by veterans. And why not? 100,000 US dollars equally split between both races, 30,000 going. We'll have more the race later, but first let's find out more about the host country.
اوريدي ستارت. هم طلعوا؟
لا
امال هم جروا كده هنا؟ ها؟
البداية كده، لا البداية كده
تسخينة. اي تسخينة.
لا
ومن واحد
البداية هنا.
الابراج، مين الابراج اللي بيديروا الابراج؟
يا شباب انتم مع الانطلاقه؟
ايه مع الانطلاق. ايه
اوكي، انتوا بتكونون قدامهم لان بيركضون، بيكونوا مجموعه كبيره، انتم ما تقدروا تحركون بعدين معاهم في ذات اللحظه.
اوكي،
المفروض تكونون على مسافه لان هم الحين بينطلقون. بيكونون مجموعه كبيره. انتم ما تقدروا تتحركون
قدام شويه.
انتم واقفين تبي تصورون، احنا بس دايرين مع الانطلاق،
هنمشي معاهم مع السباق واحنا
ما بيكونوا بطيئين. اذا انتم بعدين تبي تروحون
بنزود بنطلع قدام شويه.
لازم تروحون قدام.
بنكلم. بقول لك ادي مسافه، لازم قدام شويه. انت سامعهم؟ بس انا كاميرا كيان. انا مديك احمد شحات اقول له انا كاميرا كيان.
عامل ريكورد.
ها؟
عامل ريكورد.
ايوه عامل ريكورد، انا كاميرا كيان.
نعم. طيب شغاله وصلت لك صوره يعني؟
من الصيانه هذه؟ خليك
تعال انت كاميرا. انت واحد.
انا واحد. فاتو حياك اخبارك؟ يعطيك العافيه.
طيب انا بعد الصوره انا بتكلم معه.
I suggest we just pick up at 6:12.
تعمل قلت تعمل ريكورد؟
Come just do the beauty shot. Come to
عمل
30
ريكورد.
seconds and then we
طيب انا من سؤال.
let's go 16.
يا شباب صبحكم الله بالخير. كل الناس التجمع هيكون جنب الدي جي. هو الحكام هياخدوا البلوكات وينقلوهم لخط البدايه عن طريق الدي جي، جنب الدي جي مش من هنا. بالتوفيق للجميع ان شاء الله.
DJ بود.
What happened? You didn't miss? Sorry? You didn't miss? Well, I was expecting
So once again, last call for the 42 kilometers race runners to move forward towards the start-up line as the race will start right now.
Yes, sir.
Here from the marathon. Bye. So cool. Hi from the marathon. Me from Indonesia. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Hola.
Spain. Mira, Tenerife, a tope.
¿Estás seguro que...? Mira, allá.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any 42 kilometers runners still over here? Please raise up your hand. Any 42 kilometers runners? لدينا الباقيين شباب
Ladies here. No, out. Not in elite. Out. This way. Out. Out. Men here.
And this side.
Men
Guys,
this side. Elite athletes. The male pacemakers with the women. Stay with the women. Okay, male pacemakers with women. Stay with the women. Okay, Fantajiro. Here.
When, bro? This is my. When another guy? No, you for woman?
Omen.
Woman.
Omen.
وين ذا نفر؟ احنا نبتدي بكاميرتنا. تعال. وين؟ لازم نركب هنا، ده مكاننا. معلش لازم ها؟ ايه. ده مكاننا تبع القناة. ما اعرفش.
Good morning, everybody. Dawn just breaking here in Doha, Qatar, ahead of the first ever elite label marathon race that this city has staged. Racing here for the elite men and women getting underway very, very shortly to fine field. $120,000 up for grabs, equally split between both races, with 30,000 going to the winners. Very shortly, we'll be meeting our highlight athletes before our race gets underway. Fingers crossed at around about 6:15.
Where? Nothing.
We have to start with the men. We're starting with the men.
When? Come, bro. Where you go, bro? Come, it's the start. Start. يلا. We need to go, huh?
So let's meet our first highlight athlete, starting with Morocco's Mohsin Atala. 24 years old, a personal best of 2:09.55. Reasonably inexperienced at this distance and perhaps better known for his track exploits, winning a bronze medal at 10,000 metres at the 2021 Arab Championships.
We need to go. You can go to the side. Go to the side. So, go. We will start, huh? يلا عمر تبعنا عندي ريتيرن ها give me forward يلا yes go for woman ها take line for woman this side do for woman ها يلا go back go.
Well, let's move on then. Kenya's Zablon Chumba is the next in line of our featured athlete, 31. He made his marathon debut 4 years ago in Toulouse before winning the Porto Marathon 2 years later. Set his best time of 2:07.18 in Daegu last year. Another Kenyan on the front line is 35-year-old Victor Kipchirchir, our third highlight athlete. He's been on the marathon scene for 11 years now. He's getting quicker and quicker, setting his personal best of 2:07.05 in Buenos Aires last year. And finally, for the men's race, we see the fastest man in the field with 2 hours and 6 minutes, Kenya's Thomas Kiplagat. He's got a couple of decent wins on his CV, actually. Debut race in Kenya in 2013 and then Santiago, Chile 4 years later.
No, go. Wait, slow.
So underway.
Slowly, man.
Racing here at an elite level race in Doha for the very first time. You'll notice that we do have some guys with pace vests on. We have 3 paces for the men's race and 3 paces for the women's race, and it's men doing that job for both races actually. Pace athletes for the men's race are Evans Korea, who's wearing pace number 1 from Kenya. He has run a personal best of 2:06.35. Wearing pace 2, also from Kenya, is Piers Kiprop. He was a 4th placer at the World Half Marathon Championships in 2012. As you see the mass athletes streaming through, there is more than one race here in Doha this morning. You've marathon as well, 10k. Sold out, well ahead of schedule.
Slow.
Back up front then with the men's race. Youngster in terms of marathon running, just 24. Made his marathon debut in San Sebastian. There is the women's race. A couple of names for you to look out for in that women's race, by the way. Beatrice Chepta of Kenya. Desi Yisa, you might know her better as Desi Issa Mokonin, who ran here in Doha. For Ethiopia's Meseret Belete 2. And the 35-year-old Fantu Jimmer, just 3 or 4 of the highlight names in our women's elite race. There they are, being headed up by the male pacemakers for the women's race. Leventi Zemirai, wearing pace number 1, Hungarian athlete. He'll be 23 in 5 days' time, so happy birthday to him. Guta Abiyoti wears pace number 2, 37-year-old Ethiopian, and pace number 3 is Jamal Kiprono of Kenya, who is making the debut run over the 42 kilometres. We have an elite field of 12 men in this Doha Marathon, and we should be getting timing splits for you every 5 kilometres, so we'll have a clue of the kind of pace they're running. In terms of the men's race, pacing has been set for 2:06, so that first 5 kilometre split should be around about 40 minutes and 56 seconds. For the women's pace guide, well, there's a couple of timings set for that, 2:20 and 2:22. So down the corniche they go. Started in front of this incredible stand they have here in Doha, because the corniche, of course, is used for so many annual holidays, including Qatar's national holiday. And if you haven't been in Doha on National Holiday Day, I suggest you make an expedition to check it out. It is a very, very interesting evening. Lots of cars out on the roads, lots of celebration, and it's a very exciting place to be on National Day. As we go to our women's race. You will also see some of the other runners wearing bib numbers. Those are very good club athletes in their own right, but not exactly on the elite list, so to speak.
Good to see you out there.
Also, if you've been to Doha for the Diamond League, you'll be used to temperatures of around about 30, 31, 32 degrees. I can tell you that there are quite a few locals and quite a few people from overseas who are wearing more than the traditional one layer of a Doha morning. 14, 15 degrees here at race kickoff. and a very gentle wind of around about 8 to 10 miles an hour. So in terms of conditions, pretty perfect as they continue their merry way down the Corniche. Doha skyline in the background. You'll notice quite a few iconic landmarks on this course, particularly if you watch the FIFA World Cup, of course. Many of you will be familiar with some of the more iconic landmarks here in Doha. We'll be pointing them out to you as the athletes make their way round the 42 kilometres. You might also be aware of the name Ooredoo. Well, not surprising, because Ooredoo was the official Middle East and Africa telecoms partner for the FIFA World Cup that was held here just a few months ago. Well, packed in that group at the top of the women's race, although it's got some male pacemakers at the head, is Meseret Belete of Ethiopia. And she does have some form at international competitions. The 23-year-old, she was a bronze medalist over the half marathon distance at the 2019 All-African Games, and also was a 6th placer at the World Half Marathon Championships in Valencia. Her team also winning the gold medal there. Pacer still doing a fine job in the men's race. Heading up towards the 3 kilometre mark. A reminder once again, splits timings coming every 5k. First one we're looking for should be just shy of 15 minutes. And that'll give us a really good indication of how this race is unfolding. Interesting press conference we had yesterday here in Doha with some of our elite athletes. I mentioned at the very start that although this is elite label race, we have gold label prize money here of $140,000 US. Now that's split equally between the two races, 70,000 going to the women's race, 70,000 going to the men's race. Top prize for the winner, $30,000. It is not insignificant, although when we were chatting to Thomas Kiplagat about his thought process on the start line, whether he was thinking about victory or whether he was thinking about the potential financial rewards, he was very clear. Victory was the only thing on his mind. Victory he's quite used to, actually, because Thomas Kiplagat, the 35-year-old Kenyan, big Arsenal fan, so he's been watching his favourite team do pretty well in the Premier League of late. A couple of Arsenal fans in this field. Also a Chelsea fan of some note, Hariba Shano of Ethiopia. We had a bit of a Premier League exchange at the press conference yesterday. Still those three pacers, Evans Korea, P.S. Kiprop and Dursa Kindi, are doing the job they were hired to do. Getting lighter by the second here in Doha. Very dark when we left the hotel this morning at 04:30. Pretty brutal alarm call for many of us. Interesting having breakfast with the athletes. Some of the athletes coming down to join us before we all packed ourselves onto a couple of buses with the meeting organisers and some of the local organising committee who've done such a fabulous job to get this marathon on. This was just being talked about in its very early stages at the end of that Diamond League race, that Diamond League meeting of 2022, and they've made tremendous strides in just a few months to get this race on. This is the lead group in the women's race. I think that's Fantu Jimmer there in the black. Ethiopian. Marathon debut, well, it was 11 years ago now, back in Düsseldorf. But she has shown some form of late, setting a personal best of 2:22.52 in Paris. That was good enough for second place. Does have one major victory on her race card, and that was in Wuhan, China, 2019. And Beatrice Cheptu in the back there in the orange vest. Beatrice too has one big win on her CV at the Melbourne Marathon Festival in Australia. And she's actually got some stamina in those legs of her, because just 28 days after that win in Melbourne, she competed again in Nairobi. And she was the runner-up in that race, so putting two marathons together in the space of 4 weeks is pretty impressive. And the guy in the white vest in the middle of that group, the men's leading group, is Zablon Chumba. We saw him very briefly on the start line.
Who's the screen operator?
Zablon Chumba, who turned 31 just before Christmas. You might remember him as a 1500 metre runner early in his career before he moved up to 10,000 metres in 2019. One of the form athletes we are expecting to challenge here in Doha this morning. Race clock goes past 13.5 minutes. Bright green vest. First time we've seen Bahrain's Desi Issa mocking into the 4. She'll know the streets of Doha pretty well. Not this course, perhaps, but she, like many people who were here for the World Championships in 2019, will remember the marathons because they were undertaken in quite brutal conditions. Even though they were done at the dead of night, it was incredibly hot. Lots and lots of athletes who didn't quite make it to the finish line of vowed perhaps not to put themselves through that again, but conditions very, very different here today. It's cool, we have a gentle breeze, we have a very flat course, and we are hoping for some very decent times. Going past the Qatar Bowling Centre. Not that I've been there myself. I have visited some of the other rather more famous locations here in Qatar. The bowling centre, not one of them so far. Perhaps we'll put that to rights this afternoon when we get a bit of time off at the completion of these races. Water stations are dotted around the course, all on the right hand side as the athletes go through. All, of course, picking up their own bottles, colour coded, all properly marked, and all will be collected and picked up at the end of the race. Don't worry, we won't leave them scattered over the roads of Doha. So the clock ticks on towards 70 minutes. Hopefully we'll bring you the 5k splits as soon as we get them. As mentioned, we were thinking they would be just shy of around about 15 minutes. In terms of those famous locations around the course here, just a few for you to keep your eyes out for. Around about 8 kilometres or so, they'll be going past the Imam Abdul Wahab Mosque. 11 kilometres, you'll see the famous pyramid shape of the Sheraton Hotel, as once again we go back to see some of the mass races. 28 kilometres and we'll be in Lusail City, and you'll probably see the Crescent Tower, and at 33 kilometres the Pigeon Towers in Qatar. So back we are then with this women's group. Desi Samokanin, Belete is there, Jimmer is there, and Beatrice Chep too. So Ethiopia represented, Bahrain represented, also Kenya. Looking to come home, the women, in around 220, 222. And one or two of the very, very good club runners of the male persuasion have attached themselves to this leading group. Great pictures these from our motorbikes out on the course. One of those bikes in the background there as we go back to our leading group. Chumba in the white vest there. On the orange on the outside, that looks to me like Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya. We haven't mentioned him yet. 35 years old now is Kipchirchir, but a man who has some form in the last few months or so, setting a personal best in Buenos Aires, Argentina in September of last year, one of 3 races he took place in. Just behind him, also wearing an orange top, is Abiot Abene of Ethiopia. A man who has got national champion next to his name, although that was over 1,500 metres about 11 years ago. And wearing that rather fetching pale green, also on the extreme right of the picture as we see it, is Bernard Ngueno, 26-year-old Kenyan. So the big names in this leading group, being led very nicely by these 3 pacemakers running 3 abreast. Evans Korea, P.S. Kiprop and Dursa Kindi. I have to say that at that press conference yesterday, I was quite struck by Meseret Belete of Ethiopia. She did look very, very confident, sounded confident too. Can be quietly spoken, like many of the East African athletes, but that soft voice does not hide a steely determination on the course. So already this women's race is looking like it could turn out to be fiercely fought, with Desi Hamokinen, Belete, Jimmer and Cheptu looking like they're running relaxed on this very flat course here in Doha. And splits just coming in for the men at 5k. It was 15:12, so just around about 16 seconds or so off what they were hoping to be looking at. (15:12) puts them on around about 2:08 pace. So we're at 7.2 kilometres. Just the 35 or so to go. Nice easy Friday morning. So pretty soon they'll be going past the first of our buildings that you may remember from the World Cup, or if you've been to Doha before, you may well have visited the Imam Abdul Wahab Mosque. That's at around about 8 kilometres. Women's 5k splits, by the way, 16:58. And they are bang on 2:22, which is one of the 2 times they were hoping to compete at here. Again, just going past some of the colour-coded water stations. It's been very interesting being in the team hotel and the organising hotel, seeing all the work that goes on behind the scenes one of these marathons. It's certainly not a case of just persuading the police and the local authorities to close a couple of roads for a couple of hours. The workload that some of the meeting organisers take on is just immense. So much has to be completed in the weeks and days leading up to an event like this. Then on the morning itself, it's a little bit of organised chaos, but everybody always seems to get there. And I have to say, it is very exciting to be part of it. There seems to be some very good communication there at the head of the field of the men's race with these 3 pacemakers. They've been 3 abreast since we got underway at just past 6:15 this morning. The men are at 8 kilometres, the women just behind. 25 minutes race now. If you weren't here at the beginning, you'll have missed the fact that both races started at exactly the same time, both elite races on the start line at the same time. So there's probably going to be around about 13 or 14 minutes between them at the finish line. So Zablum Chumba is there. You can see Kiprop in the background as well. How good to see Swansea Harriers and Stockport represented on the streets of Doha. As the race unfolds, I'll try and give you some names of some of these other athletes who are keeping up with the elite women's group. Still looking very smooth, very even pace, this women's group headed by a couple of male pacemakers. Women's pacemakers, by the way. Number one from all the way from Hungary, Levente Zamerai. And pace number 3 is Jamal Kiprono of Kenya. You might know that Kiprono is more of a half marathon man. Had quite a big win over that distance in Lons in 2021 as we reached 9 kilometers. Michael Kellenberg, by the way, is the man from Swansea. Swansea, Stockport, whatever next. Now on the extreme left, wearing the white top, red shorts, is Aribo Shano of Ethiopia. I mentioned there was a couple of Chelsea fans in the elite men. He is one of them. He too was pretty upbeat at the press conference yesterday. Marathon debut was 5 years ago. He's very, very proud of his second place finish at the Kosice Marathon in Slovakia in 2021. And he's Mr. Consistency because a couple of years ago he ran 2 marathons 6 months apart and recorded exactly the same time, 2:14:14. That was in Dakar and Dublin. Kiprop there, just checking his watch as we go back to this women's race. Pretty much fully light now here in Doha. It's a fantastic sunrise you get on the Corniche here. Although we do have a few clouds in the sky today, not the burning sunshine that so many of us associate with athletics in Qatar, and as if by magic there you can see the skyline. Always changes, it's never the same. You can come to Doha 3 months apart and there'll be another skyscraper that's gone up magically. Another hotel. There's Kellenberg, 277, Swansea Harriers. So 30 minutes has elapsed. This is the leading group of the women's race. And now we're back with the men. Kip Churchill at the head of this group. Looks like that's been an injection of pace there. Men's 10k splits. There we go. Kip Churchill 30:06. So they've definitely speeded up. Kip Lagat right with him. Chumba and Abane and Korea. So Kenya, 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 Ethiopia, Kenya. Thought they looked like they were going a little bit quicker, and that has been borne out by those 10k splits. So they are on course for 2:07, the men. remnants of the World Cup. You can still see that roads still have all the painting on them. There are lit footballs everywhere you go, LED. As we head back to this women's race, Mokkanen in the green, Belete in the burgundy, Fantu Jimmer in the black, and Beatrice Cheptu in the orange. If you've never been to Doha before, it is an impressive place. As this men's race heads towards the Sheraton Hotel, pretty much one of the very first international hotels that was erected here in Doha. Mokkanen, Belete, Jimmer and Cheptu. I wonder how many times we're going to say those four names. Leading women at 9.4k, so their 10k split coming up in 600 metres or so. And there we are. There is the Sheraton. That very famous pyramid shape. And if you talk to any sports correspondents who've made their way to Doha in the years, pretty much every single one of them will have a story of the Sheraton, a famous evening there or so. As once again the women go past the colour-coded drink stations. Mokkanen at the head of the field in that lime green top. Then Belete, Jimmer and Cheptu. A four-way fight then at the head of the field of this women's race. Well, there we go at 10k, Kiprono. I think that's one of the men actually. So Mokkanen 33-34, also Zesmarai, one of the pacemakers, Cheptu and Belete and Jimmer, all there or thereabouts. If you're sitting at home and you want to have more details about this race and find out who's taking part, myraceresult.com should be able to help you out. myraceresult.com. "35 minutes of racing is complete. Headquarters there of our sponsor, Ooredoo. this four-way fight for the women's race in Doha. It looks like it is nailed on to go to the end. That's an early call. Of course, we could see somebody make a strike for home at any point, but these four look to be relatively happy running in each other's company at the moment. One of the men's we have, Ethiopia. Just saw him running there in the white vest behind Chumba. Donna Kabedi, best of 2:07:21, 26-year-old. Marathon debut in 2020 in Castellón, and like many of the athletes in this group, had a very successful race in Kosice, Slovakia in last year. That's when his personal best was set. Of course, quite a few of these athletes represented by the same agent, so they of course do send them to very similar races. Leading women just going through 11 Ks, shaded under 38 minutes. Sheraton again in the background and the LED lit palm trees. If you are a fan of LED, then Doha is the city for you. I can tell you, at night it's lit up like Santa's grotto. Still then, Desi Issa Mokonin, Meseret Balete, Fantu Jimmer in the black of Ethiopia, and Beatrice Cheptu. I sat next to Beatrice at the press conference yesterday. You'll be shocked to find out I had the slight weight Good job being done by Zemurai of Hungary and Kiprono of Kenya, wearing pace 1 and 3. "40 minutes has gone here in Doha this Friday morning. The first ever elite label race over the marathon distance. Leading men going through 13 kilometers now. So the next split of significance will be at the 15K mark. Looking to see if there's been any change in that pack of 4 in the leading women. There has not. Still, there's Isa Mokkanen and Belete and Cheptu and Jimmer fighting out for this $30,000 first prize, $140,000 in total here in Doha. Elite label race with gold label funding. Well, Doha has some amazing museums, one of them in your picture there. And it is worth a day of your time visiting some of these museums in in Qatar's capital city. Some fantastic art treasures to be found. They are impressive buildings in their own right, but inside just quite extraordinary, some of the artifacts you'll find here in this part of the world. Still Swansea Harriers. Kellenberg doing a good job there. Green and gold of Australia. Also to the fore in this women's leading pack, if that makes sense, with having male runners there. But of course this is a mixed race with male pacemakers for both, and of course any male athlete can attach himself to whatever group he feels he is comfortable running at that pace. This is the men's leading group with those 3 pacemakers still pretty much line abreast. Kipchirchir on the far right, Abonnet in the slightly faded orange closest to us, Chumba in the white and the black shorts, Shano in the white and red. So pretty much all the male big names are in this leading group. Not the first big sporting event that's taken place in these parts over the past few months. Remnants of the World Cup still very much to the fore here in Doha. There's the logo. And here once again the leading protagonists in this women's race. These 4 have been stuck together like glue from the very outset. They're being well paced by Zemarai and Kiprono. Maybe from different parts of the world, but they're doing exactly the right job and the same job here. Been racing now for 45 minutes. Women's group 4 strong, men's group much stronger, much bigger. As you can see, all the chase vehicles in the background there. Still these 3 pacers pulling these guys along. Victor Kipchirchir just beginning to make a little move now. Moving past the 3 pacemakers is the 35-year-old Kenyan. Age no barrier to many of these in marathon running. Kipchirchir may be getting on a little bit, but he did set his personal best last year. As here are the splits then at 15k, 45.15 for Chumba and Kipchirchir, Ngueno, Kiplagat and Makasha are all there or thereabouts. So they're still looking at around about 207, 208 as Kipchirchir has made a bold move here. Biggest win came in Santiago in 2016, earned him $23,500. He'll get 6,500 more US dollars if he is to maintain that lead and finish in first place here in Doha. And that is, well, it's not insignificant. Still, of course, very early stages of this race comparatively, but he's looking over his shoulder. He's made a statement, if nothing else, has Victor Kipchirchir. Has gone sub 60 minutes for the half marathon, but I'm not sure that lead is going to be too long-lived, because one of the pace athletes has caught him up and the other pacer is doing likewise. That's Korea and Kirop, and I think Kindy is also going to get on to the shoulder of Kipchirchir before too long. It is as you were in the women's race. We're going to be hearing the names of these four women quite a lot, I feel, over the next hour or so. Uh, 128, by the way. Saw at the back of that group, but very, very briefly. I thought it was the green and gold of Australia. I was wrong. It's Stockport. Often you get Stockport and Australia muddled up. Andy Jones is that man. So we have two pacemakers at the front, we have four elite women in the middle, and we have Swansea and Stockport backing them up. It's pretty much your typical Doha Marathon. So Kipchirchir, he made that little statement, didn't he? He went out, had a lead of around about 15 or 20 metres. It was short-lived. Whether he was just trying to see what the others would do in retaliation to that move, well, he's found out. They've caught him up pretty quickly, and we are back with our three pacemakers once again, pulling this field along. There is Chumba in the white and Abanet, and Kipchirchir and Shano and Makasha and Kabedi. So the big names are all in this leading group. Coming up towards 15k the women, so we'll get their 15k splits for you as soon as we can. Give you a clue of where we are time-wise for the women. If we were looking for 220, we'd be on for 49.46. Well, we're past that. I think we're going to be looking closer at 222, 223. Honestly, how on earth did I get Andy Jones of Stockport muddled up with an Australian? An absolute disgrace. I should be wrapping myself on the fingers later today. There we are, women's splits. 50-24 for Mokonin, Belete, Jimmer and Cheptu, well, they're all there, aren't they? Zemarai is one of the pacemakers, by the way, so you can discount him. Belete just beginning to see what she can do. Can she just stretch out that leading group of 4 women? Mokkanen has been pretty much leading the way from the start of this race, but Belete has just begun to pull away, just a metre or so, nothing too significant at this stage. And here we are back with the leading men again. This is going to be a right old tear up, isn't it? On the streets of Doha. Korea, Kirop and Kindi, the 3Ks, doing a great job of pacemaking. $20K splits, well, we're looking at what, 60 minutes 40 seconds or so, well, between 60-10 and 60-40 I would have thought. As we switch again to the women. I love this picture. 2 pacemakers, one from Hungary, one from Kenya, then we've got Jimmer from Ethiopia, Mokkanen from Bahrain, Belete from Ethiopia, Cheptu from Kenya, Swansea and Stockport. What a great international picture that is. Certainly getting themselves some international TV time, if nothing else. So it looks like Jimmer and Cheptu and Mokkanen pretty happy just to let Meseret Belete have her way of things at the head of that field, as once again we switch to the men. And you know what? Nothing really much has changed, has it? It's been a pretty familiar picture for much of this race, apart from those few seconds when Victor Churchill just pulled away just for a few metres or so. It's pretty much been the 3 pacemakers and the pack for 53 minutes or so. Women at 15.7 kilometres. Men further down the field, of course. So in Qatar, you'll see in the background as these men continue their way round the streets of Doha at this first ever elite label Doha Marathon. And it looks like we are going to have a very, very competitive men's and women's race. 4 in the women, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the men behind the 3 pacemakers. Way too early to call at the moment. Belete still on her own at the front by a metre. The other 3 in that elite field just happy to trot along behind her. I say trot along. They are doing much more than trotting. So not too long then before we hit the hour mark in Doha. Fully light now. Again, just going back to the start of this race, absolutely fascinating being on the start line. Pitch black, People running around left, right and centre making the finishing touches. We even saw a bit of last minute painting going on the start line structure to get everything ship shape and ready for this first elite label race. And the start line right in front of the VIP stands on the Corniche for the scene of so many national holidays here in Doha. Just a quick shout out as well to our guys on the bikes and operating the cameras, bringing us these pictures. As mentioned, there is just so much to do to get one of these races underway. The list of jobs you have to tick off in the weeks and days ahead of putting on an event like this, well, they are just enormous. We have a drone up as well. This is Qatar, early morning scene here. And if you're a fan of car parks, well, that's for you. I have to say, not possibly my favourite location here in Doha. But, you know, you say you can see everything on one of these races. High-class marathon running and car parks. We bring it to you all from the capital of Qatar. So leading men at 19 Ks, 20 Ks will be the next big split. They've been looking like they've been on course for around about 2:07, 2:08 for much of this race. Pacemakers, well, they're often overlooked, aren't they, in races like this, but they do such an important job. And yes, I know there'll be some of you out there who say, why do we have pacemakers in international sport, on the track or on the road? And I suppose you can make a very decent argument for both. But on the roads, they are paid to do a job, and we have 5 of them at the moment doing a very, very good job indeed. Desi Issa Mokanin is now back onto the shoulder of Bolette. Not that she was ever very far away, just a couple of metres. And once again, you could throw a very small doily over the 4 leading competitors in this women's elite marathon as Bolette just checks her watch. Made her marathon debut in 2019 in Houston. And you certainly do visit some very, very different countries when you're an elite marathon runner, don't you? Houston to Doha, compare and contrast. There's your morning essay or dissertation. Here are the men. Kipchirchir in the orange and the lilac shorts, Abane there in the orange and black, Chumba in the white and black, Shano in the white and red. All there or thereabouts, aren't they? As we head up to the hour mark. Sun is trying to break through here in Doha. As I look out of my window, I'm on the start line with our friends from Timing and Data. There's the weather for you. Currently 15 degrees and the wind 10 kilometers an hour. Well, you're not going to get much better conditions than that, and add that to a pretty flat course and well, that's encouraging, isn't it? As I say, looking out the window of the commentary box, can see the sun trying to peep above the OB van to my immediate left as we concentrate once again on the leading women for a second. And here we go, and Kipchirchir's done it again. This is becoming a little bit of a habit. Second time he's just thought to himself, do you know what, I'll just have a little stretch just for 20, 30, 40 metres or so. I'll just see what anybody else does. And we have a situation where Chumba has caught him. And we're back to the pack again. Another drone shot of the capital city for a second or two. And once again, the pacemakers have gathered themselves. They've let Kipchirchir have his little bit of fun, and they are back at the head of the field. One of the other things that always strikes you about Doha is that you're in the middle of a desert, but it is very green and very lush.
Not in my list.
The other great thing about being involved in marathon races like this is that you can imagine there's quite a few WhatsApp groups that are set up to keep people informed of things, and a good friend of ours, Dan van der Berg, who is part of Jos Herman's group out in the Netherlands, knows quite a lot about this kind of stuff. And I mentioned Andy Jones from Manchester, and immediately Dan sent me some messages to say that Andy's personal best is 2:15:20 set in 2009, and he ran the half in Doha in 2019 for 5th place. So thanks to Dan van der Berg out on the course. Quite a few agents here looking after these athletes, as you would expect. So there's our first drone shot of the leading group of men. Well, perhaps they are just beginning to stretch out a touch. That group doesn't look quite as compact as it did a few minutes ago. Nobody's really lost touch, but they are just beginning to string a little bit the three pacemakers, as they've been for much of this race. 1, 2, 3 abreast, with Kipchirchir up there, and Chumba, and Abane, and Kebede, and Shano. Now this has not changed for the last 45 or 50 minutes. A very familiar scene of these 4 women racing between the 2 pacemakers and Kellenberg of Swansea Harriers. You can see, as I mentioned, it's not strung out by any means, but there are 1 or 2 very small gaps just beginning to appear. Nothing of too significance at the moment, but those gaps, when they do appear, well, they take some effort to close, and that is effort that you expend in the middle of the race that you might want for the end. We have shadows on the road, we have sunshine here in Doha as the clock ticks past 65 minutes. $20k splits then. Kipchirchir 60-14, Kindi, Kiprot, Makasha and Chumba. Nothing in it. We're on for a shade just over 2:07 in this men's race. Well, you saw the exit sign, didn't you, on the drone shot? Exit 10B takes you towards the Pearl. This is fascinating stuff. I really enjoy watching Kipchirchir run. He puts a little dash in every now and again. As is often the way, there is entertainment on the streets, and that is absolutely the case here in Doha as well. As once again we go to the drone, and it's so interesting, isn't it, the overhead shot compared to the head-on shot. The head-on shot doesn't give you any real depth perception, but you can see everything happening so much more clearly from the skies above. And again, those gaps are not huge, but they are there, and they will take some closing down. Pacemaker number 3 is Dursa Kindi, and not only is he doing a fantastic job as a pacemaker, he was incredibly useful to us yesterday in the press conference, because he was our Ethiopian to English translator, a man of many talents. 63.32 at halfway. And here are the women's 20k splits. Jimmer, Belete and Mokkanen, all there behind the two pacemakers, Kiprono and Zemarai. Well, Kiprono at the head, 107.03, and Jimmer, Belete, Mokkanen all there, as is Beatrice Cheptu. So we're getting some really interesting shots now from around the streets of Doha, as the men are at 22.5 Ks. And Belete there with her water bottle. Mentioned this before, but such an important part of the race is making sure you get enough nutrition and enough hydration. All those water bottles are filled and returned to the office the day before the event. They're all color coded, they're all labeled, they all know what position they are and what table they're on. A huge amount of athlete planning as well as logistical planning goes into these events. And as I say, it's been a pleasure to be in the athlete hotel and seeing all this happening. So here we go then, making a left turn. I think we are around about the Pearl now. Well, these are great scenes in Doha, these drone shots. What an advent for sport. And indeed, so many TV programs are the drone. I know they've been around for a long time now, but every time you see a drone shot, it just gives you something else, doesn't it? Look at the perspective we're seeing there with the athletes all now seemingly closer together than they were a few minutes ago. You can see the lead vehicles out in front. And we're back with the women's group again. Michael Kallenberg, closest to us, the Swansea Harrier, who's been attached to this leading women's group for pretty much the whole way. We had Andy Jones of Stockport there as well, but it looks like Andy's just been dropped off the back a little bit. So we've got the two pacemakers, Michael Kallenberg, and we have Mokkanen, Jimmer, Cheptu and Belete. Belete's personal best just flashing up on the screen there, thanks to our friends on graphics and timing, 2:23:14. If you're interested in more details of Michael Kallenberg, by the way, has a best of 2:18:54. Coached by James T. Good old James. So this is the leading group, and we did have a few gaps, nothing too major. But they look like they've been closed, and we are back on familiar terms with the three pacemakers out in front and the 10 or 11 big names pretty much all still there. Again, just going back to the wonderful marathon community. I mentioned there are a few WhatsApp groups set up amongst the coaches and the athletes and the fans and even some of the commentators. I've just had a great message from the aforementioned Dan van der Berg, who's part of Jos Herman's group in the Netherlands. He says, we're going to feed you random information, you say anything and we'll give you some details on it. So great teamwork, not only on the roads, but around the roads as well. I do appreciate all the help we're getting from our friends around the course. It's pretty difficult to keep abreast of absolutely everything when you're sitting on your Jack Jones by the start line. So I do thank our friends out there who are watching it live for us, just feeding us back information to race control. Bernard Ngueno is the athlete you just saw there wearing that faded green shirt. He was the one who had to work a little bit harder than the others over recent kilometres to close not a huge gap, but a gap nonetheless. It looks like he's done so. And it still looks like we have 9 athletes in contention, 12 in the group, 3 of them pacemakers, 9 of them in the men's elite field. Don't forget myraceresult.com if you want to have more details than I can possibly give you. You can look up participants. So we're heading towards the sail. Yeah, sorry, just go back quickly to myresult.com. Details of participants, live results. You can look up bib numbers, pretty much anything you fancy. As we tick past 75 minutes, the sun now working pretty hard to make itself known in the Qatari capital. And once again, I say it, and as if by magic, the graphics appear. Live results at my.raceresult.com. my.raceresult.com. So here, once again, we are with the women's leading group, the 2 pacemakers ahead of them, Michael Kallenberg of Swansea Harriers, who's stuck with this group from the off. Desi Issa Mokkanen, Bahrain, wearing the lime green. Desi's now 25 years old. 7th placer at the World Half Marathon Championships in Spain in 2018. Fantu Jimmer wears the black of Ethiopia, 35. Had that big win in Wuhan, China in 2019. Beatrice Cheptu of Kenya finished 3rd in Malaga in 2021, when she set her best of 2:25:20. And Meseret Belete, 23, bronze medalist at the half marathon at the 2019 All African Games, 6th place at the World Half Marathon Championships at that Valencia event. And these four, well, they'll be good friends by the end, won't they? Because they'll have been together for about 2 hours and 22 minutes, I reckon. They've been in a quartet pretty much since the off. Now here we go again. This is the men's race, and we've seen this 3 times now. Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya, 2:07:05 is best, has once again kicked to the front. That 2:07:05 set in Buenos Aires. Well, these 25 splits were recorded just before Kipchirchir broke away, but we are at 1:15:19, 1:15:19. So we are on for just a few seconds over 2:07. Now we definitely have seen some gaps, and then Ngueno is at the back of the field. We've dropped an athlete, but he's just a little bit too far away for me to make out the bib number. But Ngueno is struggling now, and Kipchirchir has injected a bit of pace. He has a lead. It's not huge, but it is a lead nonetheless. He tried it once, and they caught him up pretty sharpishly. He tried it again, and they caught him up even more sharpishly. But he's tried it again for a 3rd time, and this time he has caused a little bit of damage at the head of this men's field. Leading women, 23.5 kilometres, so they're 1,500 kilometres away from their 25k split. Women who were looking on course for around about 2:24. If that was to be the case, then we'd be looking for around about 1:24:08, if that was to be the race time to expect. There's the Crescent Tower just on the background on the right hand side in Lusail City. Okay, so one of the pacemakers has gone with Kipchirchir, and let's see if we can work out what kind of lead they have. Well, it looks to be what, 20 meters or so? Well, he hasn't broken away in terms of making a strike for home, but I wonder what kind of impact these tactics are having on the other athletes. How hard are they having to work to close down those gaps on Victor Kipchirchir? By the same token, how hard is Kipchirchir having to work to create those gaps in the first place? But it looks like for a 3rd time, he will have made a little break and the field have come back to him. That is exactly what has happened. Meanwhile, as mentioned, some of the shorter race distances coming to an end. A range of distances on offer at this Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. We are, of course, concentrating on the elite athletes, but I'm sure we'll see some nice pictures of other athletes over the shorter distances. So this is the men's leading group once again. Pius Kirop of Kenya is pace number 2. Evans Korea, also of Kenya, is pace number 1. I think we might have lost Dursa Kinley. There's a close-up then of the Crescent Tower. One of the dominating features of the skyline in Lusail City. So I reckon we're about 2 minutes away from the women hitting 25k. We'll bring you those 25k splits as soon as we can, as we once again concentrate on the men's race. There's Chumba just on the right hand side of the 2 pacemakers. Zablon Chumba of Kenya celebrated his 31st birthday just before Christmas. As you can see, the leading men are well on their way towards their 30k splits. Once again going past one of the many feeding stations on the roads of Doha. Crescent Tower in the background. Men's elite label Doha Marathon by Ooredoo in the foreground. Once again we take to the skies. See the leading vehicles and the motorbikes and the golf trolleys. A collection of transportation. The transportation we're interested in is the ones in training shoes. Definitely a little warmer than it was first thing this morning. You can see that the jackets that my co-workers were wearing not so long ago have been discarded. The sun is out, the sunglasses are on. I look to my right and there are athletes crossing the finishing line in their half marathon in front of the VIP stands. There you go, you can see that on your screen now. Thanks to our director for picking up on that, so I didn't give you any warning of that whatsoever. But so much going on here in Doha this morning. The streets were absolutely packed. I think you probably got a sense of that when we saw the start get underway. Leading women have indeed reached 25k, and there are the splits. So Zemarai and Kiprona are the 2 pacemakers, but those 4 athletes have got there in 1:23:38. So they have they've speeded up a little bit actually, and instead of 2:22, I think we're looking closer at 2:21. Two pacemakers at the front, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of that leading group. At the head of those is Johannes Makasha of Ethiopia. As we switch again to the women, and Michael Kallenberg of Swansea Harriers. I have to point that out every time. It's a mixed race here. We have male pacemakers for both, and we have some very, very good club runners as well who've made the trip to Doha. Some local, some not quite so local. 6.5, 7 hours on a plane from London to get to Doha. Michael's obviously decided that this is the race for him, and I have to say this is probably more television coverage than Swansea Harriers are used to, but well done Michael Kallenberg for sticking with that women's elite group. Here are the men. 2 pacemakers, 8 leading men from the elite field, following them down the streets of Doha. It's been a very interesting race. They've been packed together pretty much the whole way, apart from 3 occasions when Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya just tried his luck, opened up a lead and it was closed down, tried it for a second time and it was closed down, tried it for a third time. He did hold on to that lead for a little bit longer, but once again the rest of the pack caught them up. 2 pacemakers now leading them. It has been 3 for much of the race, but we lost Dursa Kindi, I think. Perhaps those translation duties took it out of him a little bit. Jamal Kiprono is the athlete leading this women's elite group. He's our 22-year-old marathon debutant. Doing a good job. He's just given them a little bit of extra pace in the last few kilometres, and that 2:22 race has turned into a potential 2:21 race. (16 degrees), so we've gone up by a couple, and the wind has dropped by a couple of kilometres an hour as well. It's down to 8. So I don't think anybody's going to complain about 16 degrees and 8 kilometres of wind. Certainly not anybody who competed in Doha in 2019, as Desi Issa Mokadin did of Bahrain in the women's race. Much easier conditions here this morning. And there is Mokadin wearing that lime green top. Biggest win for her was in Seoul in 2019. Once again, pictures of other activities happening on the streets of Doha. I really like the look of this women's race because we've had these 4 together for such a long time now, 26.5 kilometres to be exact. Nobody's really made any significant break. They seem to be happy to run together. They're happy with the pace, obviously, and I suppose at some point somebody is going to make a little break, and then we'll see what's going to happen. But 1 or 2 people out on the course are starting to make their predictions. And in terms of who's got the vote on Doha's Got Talent, Desi Issa Mokadin is the pundits' favourite at the moment in that group of 4. We shall see, we shall see. Up to the sky as we go again. We're coming up towards 90 minutes of racing. There have been so many examples at elite level athletics in recent years of women who've left the sport to have a child and have come back to it. Over the lesser distances, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, of course, and again, one of the facts being fed to me is that that is exactly what Desi Issa Mokadin has done. She's had a baby in 2021 and she's now back racing, and she's doing the sensational job. Back to the half marathon finish. There you can see that very impressive VIP stand. As mentioned here on the Corniche, it's used for so many national holidays. Rather than erecting a temporary stand, they've put a rather impressive permanent one in. And if you've never been to the Corniche in Doha, well, it is well worth a visit. So once again, pictures from the finish line. Literally 10 metres from my commentary box. This is half marathon. Now here we go. Action in the men's elite race, and we have some gaps opening up. No surprise to see Victor Church here at the head of proceedings again. I think that's Zablon Chumba just behind him. There's the 30k splits. Now this was a little bit of time ago, but 1:30.20 for Kindi, Kirop, Kipchurch here with Atala and Abinet just a second behind them. There is Mohsin Atala of Morocco, who is the man who's leading the way. Men on course, still around for 2:07, I reckon. So the overhead shot now of the men's race. Just over 11 kilometers to go, and some of the action here I reckon significant. Kipchurch here, Atala. Let's just see if we can get the 1, 2, 3, 4 from this race. There we are. Kipchurch, Atala, Chumba, Kabede, Shano, Gavin Kerrich in the lime green there. Gavin Kerrich, 2:07.07. He'll be 28 next month. And do keep an eye on him because he is an emerging talent, is Kerrich. Just his third marathon, having debuted in Eindhoven in the Netherlands in October last year. He made his second appearance in Nairobi just 3 weeks later. There he is on the left of the screen wearing the lime green. So this is just the third attempt for Gavin Kerrich. As we're back again with the women's race. More news coming in from the course that if Desi Isa-Mokkonen runs sub 2:26.50, then she will go to the World Championships and the Olympic Games representing Bahrain. Now Fantu Jimmer is not in that picture. Just wondering if she's been dropped off the back of that leading group, which has been 4 strong for so much of this distance. I think she's still there. Yeah, she's just behind Michael Kallenberg of Swansea Harriers. So they have been closer, but Fantu Jimmer now having to do a little bit of work. Fastest in the field with 2:22.52, and you can see just a gap of 2 or 3 meters perhaps has just opened up as Desi Isa-Mokkonen starts to stretch her legs, looking to record that time of 2:26.50 or less. Great job this by Jamal Kiprono of Kenya. He's never raced 42 kilometers before, but he looks like an old hand at 22 years of age. The roads of Doha are quietly, strangely quiet. Although of course Friday is the quietest day on the roads here. The equivalent of our Saturday, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not quite sure they're going to go 100 kilometers an hour if I'm honest, so I'm not sure those road signs are particularly helpful at this stage. So we haven't said too much about Mohsin Atala of Morocco. He's 24, he made his debut in Marrakesh last year when he set his best of 2:09.55. He's only ever done one other marathon, and that was a DNF, a does not finish, in Slovenia. Has got medal experience though. He picked up a silver medal at the Moroccan Championships at 2019 over 5,000 metres, so 37,000 metres shorter, but a medalist nonetheless. Chumba, just to his left, Zablon Chumba, 31-year-old, raced a couple of times last year, 10th in Berlin. Victor Kipchurch here, we've mentioned him a few times. So here we are then with women's leading group, and it does look as if Fantu Jimmer has been dropped. I think you can just see her there in the black with Michael Kallenberg of Swansea also now being left behind by those three elite women. As the athletes take exit number 10 towards the Lagoon interchange. .98 minutes of racing on this Friday morning in Doha. Kipchurch here just having a word. I wonder what you talk about during a marathon. You talk about what shopping you've got to get over the weekend, or what film you saw last week. Bearing in mind you've got just a shade over 2 hours to have this kind of conversation, as Mohsin Atala puts his foot down, injects a bit of pace. The man who has a best of 2:09.55 looks over his shoulder, but he's definitely decided to make a little bit of a move. As the 24-year-old Moroccan, the only Moroccan in this elite field, and as you can see, he has a lead of 10, 15, maybe 20 metres. .35k splits will be next. Just loving these drone shots that we're getting from our host broadcaster here in Doha. That lead may be foreshortened on that picture, but I think they've caught him up pretty much. We're at 33k's. Fascinating stuff here in Doha. It is anybody's to win from here. And pretty much the same of the women's race as well, as still Jamal Kiprono pulls them along. There is Desi Issa Mokanin. Just behind her is Meseret Belete of Ethiopia, and then Beatrice Cheptu of Kenya. Beautifully, quietly spoken young lady, but steely determined. As we're back along the men's race, I think we will have just gone past, if not a minute or two ago, the Pigeon Towers on the other side of the road. Now then, did Beatrice Cheptu just lose a couple of meters there when she went for her drink? That may have been the case, but there were 4, then there were 3. Have we got to the stage when we have 2, or will Beatrice just pick up the pace and close that small gap after that drink station? I didn't see if Mokkanen went for a drink. Belete did, Cheptu did, and perhaps she has got a little bit of work to do to close up that gap. Here we go again. Victor Kipchurch here, he's up to his old tricks at the head of the field, pulling out a lead of 10 or 15 kilometres and seeing how the field respond. Looks over his left shoulder, and I think he's slowed again. Is he going to let the rest of the field come back to him? These are really interesting tactics. Whatever he's trying to achieve, fascinating tactics. And yet that gap has closed again. So Kipchurch here, he's had 4 goes at this now, and they've closed him down every time. And Beatrice Cheptu, it wasn't just a drink station that caused her to lose some ground. She has definitely lost a little bit of momentum, and there is a gap to make up on Mokkanen and Belete. Don't forget, $70,000 up for grabs in both of these races. $30,000 going to the winner. This is not insignificant prize money at an elite label event with gold level funding. Well done to the race organisers here in Doha. Congratulations as well to Spencer Barden and John Namani and Robert Wagner, famous names from Diamond League and the European circuit, who've been assisting on getting this race off the ground. As I mentioned right at the beginning, this was just a passing conversation when we were here in Doha at the last Diamond League. The thought of having a Doha Marathon in January, and yet here we are. And we'll be back, of course, in early May for the Diamond League once again. As ever, Doha is the opening meeting on the circuit. Now, we haven't said too much about Gavin Kerrich. I mentioned him a little bit earlier, but he's up there with Chumba and Atala, Kabedi, Kipchurch, Chano. 5 times now we've had a strike, and 5 times the field have been either allowed to come back to the leader or have made a significant effort to get back to the leader. So, disappearing from view under the tunnel. I wonder if Victor Kipchurch will go, hang on, it's a little bit dark in here. I wonder if I can make one of my famous breaks under cover of darkness and see what happens. He's gone to the head of the field again. This is the 5th time I think he's done this. Mohsin Atala is the man who is leading the chase group. Once again, a reminder of Victor's personal best, 2:07:05. You are watching live pictures of the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo, the first ever elite label race that the city has staged, and it has been a fascinating one. Both the men's elite and women's, and 1:45:02 for 35 kilometres, 1:45:02. So we are looking at what, 2:06:30 winning time. Fascinating stuff. It's always been a strike by one athlete and then the chasing pack. This is a little bit different. We have the strike by Kipchurch, and this time he looks like he's keeping his foot down a bit, and Mohsin Atala, he's decided to try and track him down. He's on his own in second place, and then we have the chasing pack for third. Definitely Kipchirchir is keeping this at a much higher pace this time. The weather warms a touch, the breeze up a touch. It's 17 degrees and the wind at 11 kilometers an hour. Well, it may not be too warm in terms of weather, but this racing is absolutely red hot. It is fascinating stuff. There you can see the gaps. Kipchirchir and Utala. This time it has gone on for longer, this strike at the front of the field. Leading women at 32 Ks, 1 hour and 47 minutes. And unless anything dramatic happens, it looks like it's going to be an absolute 1-2 fight between Desi Issa Mokkanen of Bahrain and Meseret Belete of Ethiopia. They're still accompanied by marathon debutant Jamal Kiprono, who is pacing them, doing a stunning job. And even wearing the right colours for Qatar. He's got everything right so far, has young Jamal. Don't forget that time that Desi Issa is looking for, 2:26.50. I'm told there is a tailwind to the finish, so those there out on the course are pretty confident that it's going to be sharpish from here on out. Now, here we are, back to the men's race. We've seen Victor Kipchirchir at the head of the field before, but we haven't seen him at the head of the field for this long. This time, it looks as if he has made the decision that he's going for it. He's going to make the strike for home. He's being chased by the 24-year-old Moroccan, Mohsin Atala. There is quite a significant gap between their lifetime best. Kipchirchir 2:07.05, Atala 2:09.55. Hearing from out on the course as well that Daniel Kemboi of Kenya may have decided to give up the ghost, but Victor Kipchirchir certainly has not. And although his lead over Atala is not huge, it is growing from the leading pack as the traffic streams past in the other lanes. Coming up to 1 hour 50. Well, I do hope you're enjoying this as much as we are here in Doha. Well, the young man has done what he set out to do. He's caught up Victor Kipchirchir. Now, will he run alongside? Will he make a strike for home? Will they let the other groups get back to them? That all remains to be played out in the final kilometres of this Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. This is the women's race. I think we're pretty nailed on for first and second here, aren't we? Mokkanen and Belete, Bahrain versus Ethiopia. Mokkanen the only Bahrainian in the field. Belete one of 4 Ethiopians in the elite field. Ethiopian doing the pacemaking as well. So it is effectively a Bahrainian sandwich. Here we are, and that gap looks like it's still growing. So even though Atala has caught Kipchirchir, and confirmation of that PB by the Moroccan 2:09.55, so nearly 3 minutes between their fastest times. But he's up on the shoulder of the Kenyan, and these two look like they are going to try and keep their foot down for a little bit, break the chasing pack, and then fight out the gold and silver medal as they do a little coordinated look over the shoulder. Atala to the right, Kipchirchir to the left, but that's what, well, difficult to tell from the head-on shot, but that could be 30, 40, 50 metres. So heading towards 37 kilometres. Don't forget it's 42 kilometres for a marathon. So we're really in the business end of this race now. It's been a wonderful morning here in Doha, from getting up at silly o'clock in the morning, walking out of the hotel in the pitch black, getting to the start finish line area, seeing all the other athletes from the other races, some of them professional, some of them, well, let's be honest, not quite so professional. Seeing the start finish gantry, still getting a lick of paint with 5 minutes to go before the racing got underway. It's all been happening here in Doha this morning, and whilst I'm sure that the other athletes in those, let's say, inverted commas, lesser races have performed well and had their fun, we have been concentrating on two very, very interesting elite races indeed. You can see some of the other runners now going in different directions as we concentrate on Atala and Kipchirchir. It just gives you an idea of the speed they go as well. Look, I mean, I realise the other athletes are jogging, but just look how quickly these two elite athletes go past them. The Moroccan looks at his watch. I wonder how he's doing in terms of his timing. Certainly doing pretty well in terms of his positioning. Fighting out this lead with Victor Kipchirchir. 3 minutes between them roughly in terms of time. 11 years between them in terms of age. And now this is the women's, I was going to say leading group, but I'm not sure how much of a group it is, because just behind Jamal Kiprono, the pacemaker, we can see the lime green vest of Desi Issa Mokkanen. I can't see where Balete is from that shot, but she's certainly not in step behind her. They've been together for so long, and there it is. A gap has formed, and it was called on the finish line by some experts, it was called on the start line by others, and it was called in the race by even more others, and they said the one to keep an eye out today was the Bahrainian Desi Issa Mokkanen. As mentioned, that she competed here in Doha in that World Athletics Championships when they ran at the dead of night because of the extreme weather conditions. Well, it's pretty much perfect today. The strain is showing on her face, but she has opened up a gap over Meseret Balete, and there's a gap still in the men's race as well. Morocco's Mohsin Atala in the grey vest and black shorts up against Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya in the orange and orange top and lilac shorts, heading towards 38 kilometres. Still you can see the chasing pack in the background. This is not a nailed on certainty. So much can happen in a marathon in the final few kilometres. You've heard the phrase, athletes hitting the wall. Well, they start to hit it around about now onwards. Anything can happen. Do not take your eyes off this men's elite race. At the moment, it looks like a fight between Morocco and Kenya, but as I say, you can still see the chasing pack. That pack is full of elite athletes. And even the experts on the field are saying, well, we reckon we might have called the winner of the women's race okay, but we can't really separate these two at the moment. Perhaps 60-40 in favour of the Moroccan. That's the kind of feeling I'm getting from our experts out on the course, our agents, our coaches, our officials. By the way, I should just say a huge thank you to all our officials, to our volunteers. There are many of them. As Atala reaches across, gets his water bottle, and that is quite lovely to see. Atala gets his water bottle, has a slug, has another slug, and reaches across to Kipchirchir and says, "Hello son, do you fancy a quick glug of that?" That is sportsmanship at the highest level, because he doesn't have to do that. There is no need for him to do that. And I can tell you in other sports, he wouldn't do that. But marathon racing, well, you have to be pretty mad to do it, in my humble opinion. But it is something of a club. It is something of a gang. Very nice to see. They won't be popping into the Mega Mart, I wouldn't have thought, for anything at the famous Gate Mile. They're running past our hotel at the moment. The Pullman Hotel, which was opened just ahead of the World Cup. We're back in the tunnel now with pacemaker Jamal Kiprono and Desi Issa Mokkanen of Bahrain with a decent lead over Belete. 35k split is 1:56.19. Belete 10 seconds behind. 35k's at 1:56.19. So they're on for a tick over 2:20. They started off at around 2:22, and by mid-race that had gone down to 2:21. So Kiprono's been doing a stunningly good job getting them down to, or getting at least Mokkanen down to 2:20. Back we go to the men's elite race as we get pretty close to 2 hours of racing. And these are the leading two. Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya wearing the orange. Mohsin Otala of Morocco. Desi Issa Mokkanen with that 10-second lead at 35k's over Meseret Belete. But as mentioned, and I don't want to labour the point, but this is marathon running, and really it's one of those events where you absolutely do not count your chickens. Anything can happen. Look at that, some of the fun runners giving their support to the elites as they scream past the joggers. If you haven't ever seen a marathon and you have one in your home city or close to you, do go and watch. I really advise you to go and stand on the sidelines and take in not just the atmosphere, but just watch how fast these athletes run past. You will be absolutely shocked how quick they are going. It really doesn't really come across in the TV pictures. Go and see it for yourself. Support live athletics in Doha, in your home country, anywhere around the world. One of the purest sports. It's how fast you run, it's how far you throw, it's how high you jump. Little kick there from Kipchirchir. Nothing that lasted too long, just a few seconds. And Otala is back on his shoulder once again and makes a little move for himself. Just stretches it out a little bit. Little grin, I think that is, from Kipchirchir. Or is it a grimace? Difficult to tell. Still, you can see the athletes behind them. I reckon that chasing pack's got a little bit closer. Now Kiprono's looking over his shoulder because he doesn't want to get away too far from Desi Issa Mokkanen. He's done an absolutely brilliant job so far. 2 hours of racing complete for both the men and the women. It was a side-by-side start at 6:15. Well, Qatar may have energy. The question is, how much energy have these two leading combatants got left? As once again, they go to the drink station. Morocco and Kenya, the 1-2. think that may be one of the elite athletes we can see in the background. Difficult to tell now with so many fun runners on the course, but the splits 2 hours and 12 seconds for 40k, so they are running at around about 2:06:30. You know, it is one of the elites. That could be Chumba. A bit too far away to see, but Chumba definitely was wearing a white top with black shorts, and I reckon whoever it is getting a bit closer. Atala is striking again, and I thought it was a grin on the face of Kipchirchir a minute or two ago, but that possibly has turned into more of a grimace. Well, Ballette's still there in the background, isn't she? Difficult to tell how close she is, but she's still in the picture, and if you're in the picture, you're in with a chance. Heading towards 41 kilometres, the leading men. He's gritting his teeth, he's putting the effort in here, is Victor Kipchirchir. We're into the closing stages of this first ever elite label Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. It has been an absolute belter. Thoroughly enjoyable from start to finish. Fascinating race, fascinating tactics, and all to play for over the final couple of kilometres. Back onto the Corniche, scene of so many brilliant sporting moments in Qatar, scene of so many holiday celebrations. Kipchirchir's put the hammer down again, opened up a tiny little gap over Atala. Now what has the 24-year-old got left? What will his tactics be? He's only raced twice, he's only finished once, but here he is, fighting for the gold, fighting for $30,000 in Doha. There are still some elite athletes in the background. They're still in the picture. It's been these two for the last few kilometres, but can somebody make a significant move from behind and catch these two guys up? They're still looking over their shoulders, aren't they? Still they look. Who's coming? How close are they? Are they going to get to us? Should we go now? Now there is definite movement behind. There is definite movement behind. And Atala, I think, has recognised that, and I think he's going to try and go from now. There cannot be too far long left now. Perhaps 3 minutes or so of racing to go. I did say don't count anything out, but Mohsin Atala, he's still looking over his shoulder. He's not confident, and oh, they've gone the wrong way. Oh my goodness me. Drama. Well, if the chasing athletes saw that, they'll know the right way to go, and that will have an effect on the lead that Atala and Kipchirchir had on those behind. All to play for in this men's marathon. We'll get back to those pictures as soon as we can, because there cannot be long to go now as we get towards 2:06. So we're waiting for the elite athletes to come over the finish line. I think we may have lost one of our roadside cameras. We reckon they're about 200 metres out. The men will try and pick them up as quickly as we can. Belete's trying to get back to Mokkanen. There's Mohsin Atala. There, I think we have our leading man. Kipchirchir is definitely behind. There is the leader. He made a stumble when he went the wrong direction just before the finish, but he's recovered. Kipchirchir, I think, may be caught for second and possibly even third. Difficult to tell who they are from so far away, but Mohsin Atala from Morocco in his third marathon has made the strike for home. He's getting ever closer. The others, though, have not given up, but Atala looks to be relatively stress-free. Hits the red carpet. It's going to be victory for Morocco in Doha, and Mohsin Atala will take the victory for Morocco. The 24-year-old, in just his third marathon, has judged it to perfection. The motorbike, I think, may have led him the wrong way for just a second or two, but he recovered his poise, he recovered his gait, and he has taken victory for Morocco on this glorious Friday morning in Doha. Well, there was drama, late drama in the men's race, and I tell you what, I reckon Meseret Belete has said, I want to try and provide some drama in the women's race as well, because for all money it looked like Desi Issa Mokkanen had done enough to drop the Ethiopian, but I think the Ethiopian is still in with a chance here. That gap has, well, it hasn't increased significantly over the past few kilometres, and that shot, well, Mokkanen looks like she's working incredibly hard, but she looked like that about 5 kilometres ago as well. That's probably just her race face, so to speak. She's been brilliantly paced by Jamal Kiprono. She's looking to do under 2:26.50 to book her place at the World Championships in Budapest and the Olympic Games in Paris next year. Trying to relax, trying to flow nice and easily. Bring you the results of second and third in the men's race as soon as we have them, by the way. So our leader continues to work incredibly hard in this women's elite race. Hasn't done enough to completely shake off the attentions of Meseret Belete. That's the scene at the end of the men's elite race. The work is done for the day. They will regroup. They will head back to the hotel, and there we go. Men's results. And it was Gerich in the green that got up for second. Did say that there was action behind Kipchirchir, but to be fair to Victor Kipchirchir, he made 4 or 5 breaks for the lead, never quite held them, but has held on for third place, just ahead of Kebede and Zablon Chumba. But Morocco, they take the spoils in this first ever elite label race here in Doha. And Morocco looking to do the same in the women's race. Desi Issa Mokkanen, who survived the Doha 2019 World Championships here in much hotter conditions. Personal best there, just being reminded, 2:23.39. Belete's is 15 seconds quicker. But the only athlete in the picture right now is Mokkanen of Bahrain. Being escorted all the way by Jamal Kiprono. Pacemaker's not often called the stars of the show, and not saying that Jamal Kiprono is the star of the show, but he's right up there, isn't he? A supporting cast. Done a tremendous job Tremendous job. Look at the effort that the 25-year-old is putting in, working so incredibly hard to try and secure victory, to try and get home under 2:26.50. 2:11.30 so far. Don't forget start again, Andrew. my.raceresult.com if you want to have a look for participants, lives, results, and full results. Now, I can't see that Belete has managed to maintain that gap. I think it's increased, and increased by quite a lot. It was 10-15 meters for quite some time, but it looks as if Mokkonen is now either pulling away or Belete's just run out of a bit of puff in the final stages of this women's race. Should be coming up relatively quickly to the 40k splits. We'll have a good idea then of where we're looking at 220, 221, perhaps 222. And Kiprono's done it. His job is done for the day. What a job he's done. He pulls over to the side of the road, and it's now all down to the 25-year-old Bahrainian. Biggest international victory, if she does hold on before today, was in Seoul in 2019. Left the sport in 2021 to have a child. She's back, and like many elite athletes before her, be it over 100 meters or the marathon, has proven that starting a family does not mean the end of your athletics career. Under 100 meters away from 40Ks then. Going to get there in around about, what, 2:14? So yeah, she's looking like she's going to be on between 2:21, 2:22. We'll get you the 40k splits as soon as they pop up onto our computer. Again, thanks to all our friends and colleagues in the timing booth. There we go, 2:13.31. Yeah, she is looking at 2:20.30. So she's going to be way inside what she needed to do to get to the World Championships. Those World Championships in Budapest in the summer. Budapest working their socks off to put on a great show. A lot of my Hungarian friends so proud that they've won the World Athletics Championships. Marathon course in Budapest will start in Heroes Square, as will the race walks. Race walks on a looping course, and so too the marathon. That is yet to come. This is happening right now. We're on the streets of Doha. This is the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. We've had victory for Morocco in the men's race, and unless something pretty dramatic happens, it looks like we're going to have victory for Bahrain in the women's race. That lime green vest of Desi Issa Mokkonen has been to the fore for pretty much the entirety. She had 3 pacemakers at the start. That went down to 2 when it was Kiprono and Zemirai of Hungary. Then Zemirai dropped back, leaving it to Kiprono to pace what was then the leading group of 2, Mesret Belete of Ethiopia and Mokkonen of Bahrain. And just a kilometre or so ago, Kiprono stepped to the side and leaving the way clear for Desi Issa to make her way home. Again, I can't really tell you if that's a grimace or a smile. I would hazard a guess it's more of a grimace. She has worked incredibly hard. There you can see, just rounding the corner behind her is Belete. Fair play to Meseret Belete. When you're in contention for a big win and it looks like it's taken away from you, very, very easy to lose heart. But she has worked equally hard. She's tried to keep Desi Issa in touch. She's still in the same shot. But this is for the Bahrainian to lose from here. We're on the Corniche, tourist hotspot here in Doha. It's down the Corniche you go from the city centre if you're heading back to the international airport here. Airport that's been here now, what, 4 or 5 years? I could be wrong. But as airports go, one of my favourites. You go past the palace as well as you head back towards the international gateway. There you can see some of the World Cup motifs still painted on the road here. This, of course, coming just a few months after that World Cup. There's the Sheraton in the background. Looks over her right shoulder. Getting ever closer now. 700 meters to go. She's going to be way, way under the time she was aiming for. Well, whether she was aiming for 2:26.50, I'm not sure, but news coming in from the course that that's the time that Bahrain had set. Belete, well, still there. Still in that shot. Still working hard. Do you know, I think she may be getting a touch closer. I'm not sure this is over, you know. I'm not sure this is over. It looked for all money that Belete was gone, but she's clawed her way back. If indeed that is Belete, I think it is. Goodness me, what is happening here? It is. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. We had the most extraordinary finish in the men's race. We're not going to have it again in the women's, are we? Desi Issa Mokkanen has been working so hard at the head of the field, but she has been overtaken by Meseret Belete, the 23-year-old Ethiopian, the bronze medalist at half marathon in 2019. She looked like she was gone. She looked like she was settling for second place. She was not. She's back in this. She's back at the front of the field. They're close to the finish. And she has gone past the Bahrainian. Well, I do hope we can get that picture back because they are close to the finish line. Well, what an extraordinary first ever elite label race we have had here in Doha. The men's was a shootout between 8 or 9 of them. The women's was a shootout between 2 of them. There you can see the gap that Belete has got over Mokkanen. I do feel a bit sorry for Desi Issa Mokkanen. I thought she'd got it. She'll at least have the comfort of qualifying for the World Championships and the Olympic Games. But she's about to hit the red carpet. Is the 23-year-old Ethiopian. She looked like she was in second. She was not. She has won gold for Ethiopia. What a run, what a recovery from Meseret Belete. Commiserations to her hard fought second place for Desi Issa Mokhanin of Bahrain. We'll keep our eyes open for the third placer, but goodness me, you can never ever be more in awe of these incredible athletes. How on earth did Meseret Belete rescue that? She was gone. She was dropped, but she didn't give up. She worked her socks off, and inch by inch, metre by metre, he said, mixing his measurements, she clawed her way back, and in the final half kilometre she caught Desi Issa Mokhanin and took the win. And not only has she taken the win, but she will take home the very tidy sum of $30,000 US. There are the scenes then. There you can see the athlete tents, little athlete village here, down by the start finish line. Now, was that Beatrice Chepto I saw coming through perhaps for third place? Definitely wearing an orange top. Again, we'll bring you the results of the women's race as soon as they flash up on our computer screen and TV monitor. So while we wait for those results, we'll fly across the water from the Corniche. We'll take a shortcut to the city centre. That's where we're all staying. Swansea Harriers across the line. Well done to you, Michael. I do hope his family and teammates were watching back home because well, he was on telly quite a lot, wasn't he? Fantu Jimmer. Now, I'm guessing that she may have come fourth. Difficult to tell without having been on the finish line for the duration of that women's race. Ah, there we are. Confirmation. Belete the win. 2:20.45. 2 seconds ahead of Desi Issa Mokhanin. Beatrice Chepto will be on the podium, finishing 1 minute 43 seconds behind the winner, with Fantu Jimmer of Ethiopia, the fastest on paper, not today, in fourth place. Well, as debut elite label marathons go, that was all quite exciting, wasn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed that. Very, very interesting indeed. As I say, love the tactics in the men's race. Kip Churchill made 5 breaks at the front of the field, hauled back every time. Utala made 1, he got hauled back as well, but when they went again, those two broke free. Utala managed to hold on to that lead. Kip Churchill just caught for second place by Gavin Kerrich. Kip Churchill hanging on for third. But congratulations to the organisers by putting together some very good fields that not only gave us pretty decent times, but great racing. And that's what it's about at the end of the day. Times, yes, of course, they're important for records and qualification, but what you want to see is just good racing. And we certainly saw that today in the elite men's and elite women's races. Some of these athletes perhaps a touch on the slower side, but they'll have enjoyed their day nonetheless. Finishing across the elite finish line with elite athletes just to their right hand side. So they're the scenes then. We started off this morning with an alarm call that I found quite unpleasant at 3:15. Quick bit of breakfast in the hotel with the athletes, into the minibuses, pitch black, down to the very nice little athletes village that's been created here at the start finish line on the Corniche. And as the light began to make its way across the city, as the sun began to rise, so the elite men's and elite women's races unfolded, and both were exceptional. They were great to watch. They were tremendous entertainment, not only for me as a commentator, but for the people watching here in Doha. More races getting underway across the morning, but a reminder that we had a win for Morocco in the men's elite race. Mohsin Atala coming home ahead of Gavin Kerich of Kenya and Victor Kipchirchir also of Kenya. In the women's race, well, for the last 5Ks of the race it looked pretty much as if it was a nailed on win for Desi Issa Mokonin of Bahrain, but Meseret Belete of Ethiopia just would not give up. She worked and worked and worked, and in the final few hundred metres she overtook Mokonin to take first place, Mokonin in second, with Beatrice Cheptu of Kenya in third place. Our elite races are done. Thank you so much for your company wherever you were, whether you were in Doha or around the world watching at silly o'clock in the morning or silly o'clock at night. It's been a pleasure to bring you the first ever elite label race held in Doha. Once again, I say thank you to all our officials and to our volunteers. We really couldn't do it without you. Congratulations too to the local organising committee and to the international experts and consultants who've been brought in to put this race on. This was not a pipe dream last year, but as I say, at the end of the Diamond League, people were mentioning it as a possible. It might happen. It has happened. Doha has staged its first elite marathon for men and women, and both were absolutely sensational. The pictures will continue on the stream, but from me, Andy Kay, for the time being from Doha, I wish you a very, very good morning. Cheerio.
All good?
race, which is the 42 kilometers race. So get ready for the awarding ceremony. إذا جمهور الكريم سننطلق إذا مع حفل التتويج، تتويج السباق الأول سباق 42 كيلومترا. طبعا هذه هي النسخة 11 من دوحة ماراثون باي أوريدو. 8000 مشترك طبعا في هذا السباق. إذا بداية أود أن أدعو الشيخ علي بن جبر الثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لأوريدو قطر للانضمام إلينا لتتويج. I would like to invite His Excellency Sheikh Ali bin Jabir Al Thani, the CEO of Ooredoo Qatar, to join us for the awarding ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, bring your hands together for the third place winner of the 42 kilometers race, Victor Kipchirchir of Kenya. أود أن أدعو السيد محمد عيسى الفضالة رئيس الاتحاد القطري لألعاب القوى للانضمام إلينا وتتويج الفائزين. إذا جمهور الكريم، الفائز بالمركز الثاني, the second place winner of the 42 kilometers race. Let's give a big round of applause for Gavin Geddes of Kenya. أما الفائز بالمركز الأول and the first place winner, ladies and gentlemen, bring your hands together for محسن أوتلا of Morocco. محسن أوتلا من المغرب. تهانينا للفائز بالمركز الأول لسباق 42 كيلومترا. إذا جمهور الكريم سنأخذ صورة جماعية مع الفائزين في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى لسباق 42 كيلومترا. Ladies and gentlemen, a group photo for the winners of the 42 kilometers race. Ladies and gents, these are the winners of the 42 kilometers race. A big round of applause. Moving on next to the women's awarding ceremony, women's category for the 42 race. Let's give a big round of applause for the women's category third place winner, Beatrice Shepto of Kenya. الفائزة بالمركز الثاني لفئة النساء تهانينا لديزي جيزا مكونين of Bahrain. And the first place winner of the 42 kilometers race for the women's category. A big round of applause to Meseret Belete of Ethiopia. من هؤلاء هم الفائزات في سباق 42 كيلومترا. أما الآن فأدعو الشيخ علي بن جابر الثاني المدير الرئيس التنفيذي لأوريدو قطر للانضمام مع الشركاء الرسميين لسباق دوحة ماراثون لأخذ صورة جماعية مع الفائزات في المراكز الأولى لسباق 42 كيلومترا للنساء. طبعا صورة جماعية مع الفائزين. A group photo for the first three places winner of Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. Once again, congratulations to the winners of the women's category. So ladies and gents, we're going to have a group photo for all the winners, for both men and women. Please, if you can go on podium. You have another group photo for all the winners for both categories, men and women, for the 42 kilometer race. صورة جماعية مع الفئتين الرجال والنساء الفائزين في سباق 42 كيلومترا.
Look at the camera, please, check.
السيدات والسادة، كان هذا حفل تتويج الفائزين في سباق 42 كيلومترا. تهانينا للفائزين في فئتي الرجال والنساء. Ladies and gents, that was the awarding ceremony of the 42 kilometer race. Congratulations for both men and women for being the first place winners of the 42 kilometer race. Congratulations. That was Doha Marathon by Ooredoo awarding ceremony of 42 kilometers race.